What's up, guys? How's everyone doing? We got Guy, March, August, JPFR, Neku. 12 hours. How you guys doing? Well, catch up. 12 hours. I need someone to talk to during these streams. Doing alright, man. I'm doing alright. Oh shit, that's right, there's dialogue in these openings for the new trials, or for the next cases.
A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night.
Uh-oh.
Though the victim and the perpetrator
Is this one actually a murder? Not like an accident?
Multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this
I can't read this.
in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude.
Oh, is this Wilson giving the summary? Do we ever get to meet Wilson?
Japanese student and I were to play together.
Ready for some objections? If we make it, I work tonight, so I won't be able to stream for like hours non-stop, but...
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This
What's up,
country is
August?
incredible.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So,
Aren't they
where
cold?
to?
Oh, hello.
Britain is cold.
I'm aboard. I'll
Because
take
there's
you
just
wherever
snow
you
and
want to
everything.
go.
In that case,
I guess they have
Supreme
multiple
Court in
layers
Whitehall,
on.
if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Yeah, the accents are pretty good. What an incredible place. It's so imposing, it's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. It would be really cool to see buildings with like gear workings actually exposed like this, but probably due to safety reasons, I don't think there are any actually like that. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they've only been built in a few short decades since we've opened our borders. An authentic example like this is quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wooden paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office. The Supreme Court. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. Hey, gamer. Come in. But Kazuma can't. No, so instead we're here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma's death. Why? It's not like this dude would know what Kazuma looks like. He could just say, yeah, I'm ready to go. This guy would be none the wiser. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. We'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. But didn't they say Japanese qualifications wouldn't mean anything anyway? So couldn't he just be like, yeah, let's run it? Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it's the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why you're here, to have you officially registered as a lawyer. It's the only way we'll be able to remain here. Good morning, sorry for keeping you. He's imposing. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 40 seconds late. My apologies. He's got so much focus on the personal watch he carries around, but he still ends up being an hour fucking late. Although I guess with how slow transportation is back in the day, if you're kinda late, you end up being super late, right? Considering, like, commute times back then by horse. Don't mention it. We're never happier than we're standing around with nothing to do. How fortunate. So introductions. I'm Mal Strongheart. I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice. I'm Ryu from the Empire of Japan. Well, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Thank you. What are your impressions of the capital so far? How do you like London? Well, help. I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's splendid. Oh. We had a wonderful view of some of the London streets from the carriage on the way here. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. Did they change his name? What was his name in the original version? We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Yes, astounded is the word. He was called something Vortex. Oh. Maybe they wanted to give him a... If they were doing an English dub, maybe they wanted to give him more of an English name. Vortex isn't really English. Strongheart seems like something, like an imposing Englishman would be named. Like a lion. Thanks for saving me there, Santo. Everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London. What's that? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history. It will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Someone's gonna die there, aren't they? Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Whoops. Perhaps it's fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Cosima, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We're here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy. I see that it's true. It's with some regret I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord. What do you have to say? It's about the study tour. Mr. Ryu here would like to make a proposal. Would he? Well, this is it, the moment of truth. The thing is, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, but without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. In that case, what if there was someone else, another lawyer from Japan? There's something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited, and that was Mr. Asagi. At least that's what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this isn't going well. I just can't seem to find the right words. Mr. Ryu, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. There's someone else here from Japan who would be described as a lawyer. It's me. Yeah, I'm sure it makes no difference to this guy. Why would he care? Is that so? I mean, I don't have any actual qualifications. No qualifications, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer? I've acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. Isn't he like 16? That's impressive for a 16-year-old. I've been spending every spare moment of the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learnt all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Burya. The voyage from Japan is 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. But Cosima didn't have that either. What? I realize it's far too short of a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Cosima, his journey had only just begun. Coming here on the study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance is all I'm asking for. 31 seconds. Alright. Your opening statement. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in a good stead as a lawyer. So you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Let me ask you one thing first. You say you intend to do everything he planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Yes. I see. His expression just alter a fraction there. His expression alter there a fraction all of a sudden. Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A task to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is down to you. What form will the test take? Tell me, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So let's have you defend someone, huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? Oh, could I ask, what sort of trial is it? Good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. Oh, Ryu specializes in those. That's all he's done. An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant's found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Here in Great Britain, murders are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law? We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I've decided it's acceptable. You can't do that, can you? No need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Ryu, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. You say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. Oh, is there no investigation? We're just hopping right into the trial? Let's fucking go. "15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That's too slow. It's as I suspected, is it? Sorry. You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thanks for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east. The conversation is over. Hey, Raidu. Yes, Lord. Thank you for offering me a chance. What? I'm sorry, what could I do? It's alright, I understand. It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madame? I think what she means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be unforgivable, and I feel the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. The lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that yet. I'm sorry for wasting your time. Was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said, I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. It's awful. That's the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. Wait, yeah, why won't the guy get a lawyer? The cold hard truth of the matter is that there's only one person now with a chance to save this man from a miserable end. And that's you. What do you say now? Me? What do you mean? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. I agree. But in my estimation, it's purely and simply a matter of resolve. Our time is up. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So venture into the city and enjoy yourselves. Did they clarify a reason why this guy can't get a lawyer? If we're going to do this, we must leave at once. Can I ask you something? From this position, I can perform a Susato takedown in an instant. You heard, Lord Strongheart. We must leave. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask anything, you'd better wait until we're at Old Bailey. Guess we can't talk to her right now. Thank goodness. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I never knew. I thought my teeth were gonna rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver. There's a guinea in it for you. What's a guinea? It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were gonna die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright? I'm feeling tense is all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever's about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at the moment. Top of the morning to you, madame. I like his outfit. What are you doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, aren't they? Alright. Would you look at those expressionless faces from the east? Are you We're from Japan, yeah. Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. How much do yous need? No, we're just here because... Don't need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name. And all while in a strange, faraway land. Actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand. Let me start giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000? Please, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is, it's enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? It's nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I've enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. So why will no one defend him? Could that much rain even fall in one day? Even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Why? Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial's about to begin, you see, as for me good self here, I'll be in the dock. Now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail. The thing is, don't worry about a ting. All you have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial's gonna start without me having any kind of representation. Though it was true. The Lord wasn't making it all up. I'm really sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant? Blister and blazes, do you not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names? Sorry, we've only just arrived in the city. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, there's, in the center of London, is another beautiful park. Sorry, what? It's called the McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city. Entire park? The city is smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its square old people. Amazing. But, now they've the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me? What is the matter with the London police, I ask you? Alright, don't pass out. So he's gonna stop donating to them, I'm sure. For you. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. The thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan. Okay, and? So if you don't have a loyal lawyer for the trial and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry. I know what you're thinking. This chance of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it, that's the only explanation. Well... although it's a little strange, to be honest, why you don't have a lawyer. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Huh? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Baron von Zykes. He's the prosecutor. Prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zykes stands for the prosecution, they call his accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. So it's reached the desperate situation, where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor, then. I assume this is Edgeworth's, like, great-grandfather or something? Talented isn't the word you're looking for. It's cursed. Cursed? The defendant is summoned and his counsel. Please make your way to the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That's me! Oh, it's time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry. I've decided I'd have to defend myself. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? This is no accident, I can assure you that. 'Tis fate. Don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Hey guy, what's up, man? The man has no one. He'll have to stand trial alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Something that Cosima would have never allowed. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you'll lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening. My first trial in British court. I hope you're watching over me, Cosima. Because I have no idea how I'm gonna do this. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court of Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something? Yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head. I know, but I can't help it. Hey, this looks more like the judge I know. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court in session. We're here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilden. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. Alright, Dracula. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Yes, of course, sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready, and I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me. Nipponese. Eh? They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb, Jesus. A cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, my lord, you stand accused of murder, capital offense. You can be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if a fellow is a student from some little island off in the Far East. It's not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance. I'd like to think that the acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. What a fine gentleman. Did you hear he donated 5,000 pounds? It seems everyone in the gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilden. That's welcome news. He certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, in most laudable sentiments. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you. This is just a maid. That guy is probably Irish. It's a librarian. He's angry. He's also a murderer, so he must know what's going on. You 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? I'm gonna guess they're not actually impartial. That's gonna be my guess on this. Juror number 1. Yes, my lord. Hang on one second. Gonna go plug my phone into the charger real quick. Jesus, my lord. No chair? What do you mean? If the task is to send rotters to the gallows, I'm ready. Well, he wants to kill somebody. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish. Naturally, I agree. How many criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me? He didn't say anything. He just drank. Good. I feel the chill. Don't mind me, I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. These people are... the jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of the jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from two completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? I don't know. But... I'm sure it will... Wait, what? I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. They're all ready to make this guy guilty. Prosecutor? My lord? It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. Oh, they're going full, like, vampire vibe, huh? Can't decide if he reminds you more of Von Karma or Edgeworth? I think it's supposed to be Edgeworth. He looks very similar to Edgeworth. He's got, like, the same, like, gray hair and chiseled jaw. He's got the sword there. He's definitely supposed to be, like, Dracula or some shit. What brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? Hey, Michael. What's up, man? I leave that to your imagination. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why do you have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart. He's rusty. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Oh, I'm alright, man. I've only been up for like an hour so far today, so not much to go on, but hoping for an alright day. Opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. We must be the only ones here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks, known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Guessing he was fired 3 times. Sorry, thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service of the streets of London. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here's the autopsy report for the investigation. Thank you, counsel. The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. The photograph has been entered. One further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these gloves as well. These are. Good lord. Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. Well. And he's certainly not wearing gloves now, but those gloves don't look like they would match his purple suit. How did I get into this? Backed into a corner before we even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the bus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside the vehicle at the time. Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused. Well, rather damning circumstances. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. And when I opened my eyes, it was a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in me life. Now I ask yez, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves. I reached out to give the man a hand. Hey, what's up, Matt? So the blood got into the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. How could there have been multiple witnesses if no one else was on the bus? Hey, Absane. You didn't miss anything. The trial's just begun. Order! When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside. There were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Who were the other witnesses if no one was on the bus? Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made clear. What's up, DJ Shadow? I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses. He's got a lot of dramatic poses. No names and occupations. My name is... Everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker. My name is First. Lady de First. Lady First. Oh, ladies first. I get it. Okay. I make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and a witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes. Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did, couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. What happened to those two being the only ones on the bus? These men witnessed the incident in the bus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. This testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, have you ever traveled in an omnibus? No. We'd only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us to all see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime. What do you mean, the actual scene? A carriage is destined to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much? Yes. The omnibus in which this very bloody crime took place in is here. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff? Bring forth the omnibus. So that's an omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Four passengers seated inside, and another 4 on the rooftop. Every Londoner knows that the best view of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top. Yeah, but what if it's raining? Which it always is in London. And I should point out that there's a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Why? A skylight. Oh. The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on the omnibus when the murder took place. What drink am I drinking? It is a V8 energy drink. Quite good. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes sense. Well, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. The benches don't have seatbelts. Yeah, but the benches are also only powered by 2 horses, so even if they do get into an accident, you're probably not going to get... There's probably not enough momentum to really send you flying. It's not like a car. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. Bold. Very well. I see no reason why not. Everything about this courtroom makes it seem like warm and cozy. Like, I know there's little fires going on here, but everything about it just seems cozy. The omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let's continue with the proceedings, then. Pray, don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. I'm assuming this is supposed to be, like, slang, right? Like, this is supposed to be an insult? Like, instead of saying Japanese, he's saying Nipponese? Or is that where Ryu is from, in Japan? Oh, I'm very familiar with cross-examination. Focus, Ryu. What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus of the evening. Hold it! I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Yes, sir, that's right, sir. Ever so cold it was, freezing in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, correct? Yes, that's right. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though, no. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted, for example? You're quite right, sir. No other passengers like that, no. Okay, seems right so far. So nobody fled the scene of the crime. I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does. Every evening, that last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. I spend that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other.
Hold it!
You saw them through the skylight? That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. The 2 of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was the Mr. Guild. But he's not wearing gloves in this picture. Also, why would you sit next to somebody if there was nobody on the other side? How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Mr. Gilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the cabin were the deceased and Mr. Gilded. There's no room for doubt. Really wish there was.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair dinkum hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell me a little detail. My lord. What's the meaning, juror number 3? My mind's made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be, every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion. That's precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example. What? Let me see. It seems that's how the members of the jury give verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yeah. White for innocent, black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if the enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Very well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue. Hey, Nick.
Hold it!
You stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting on the roof deck, were you? That's right, sir. I was on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just absent-mindedly gazing around. But then, I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly, that great huge knife. That didn't help. The jury looked like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. It appears to have made everyone even more dubious. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First, yes? Is this the knife you saw? Good grief, yes, that's it. The very one. Is that? Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was sticking from his chest. It's a blade of considerable size. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Mario! M for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded, possibly? Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. This is a weapon of murder, almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. What are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. Alright, so far only the granny's on my side. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I'm now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Four of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. Only 2 left. Every time I press the witnesses for more information, I make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something. Alright, I'll keep trying. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped the bus.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Collapsed on the floor, he was. By the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim. And the other passenger that had the knife in his hand, like this. By the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused. And then he plunged down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. Wait a minute. That doesn't line up. He heard the scream, then he turned around. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus and saw it. So why would the scream have come before the stab? His first is saying he only screamed because he saw the dead body. That doesn't play. What? My lord, I wish to speak. No. As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I say to myself. But I've heard enough. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little longer. Alright, Granny, it's you and me against the world. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. That's not all of them, though. Old Granny's still got my back. Madam Juror number 6. You're badgering the jury. Yes, dear. You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses. Yes, I have. Still got my hearing, you know. That's right, Granny. Then pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. That's right, Granny. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. A man like that surely wouldn't stab somebody. Mother, may we go to the McGilded Public Library later? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of man he really is? The philanthropist has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. Huh? Stone the Crows. McGilded lends money at an extortionate rate of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. You're just assaulting the character of the defendant. Objection. Conjecture. Right, wait, no, that's not the right term. Objection. What would that be called? When he's just trying to, like, paint the defendant as guilty to the trial by bringing up random shit that doesn't have anything to do with the case. Ah, fuck, that's called something. Is it? I mean, ad hominem is what it's called in, like, writing. Is that what you would say in court? Objection ad hominem? Okay, yeah, you can use that in court. Okay, yeah. Objection. Ad hominem. Well, no, it's an ad hominem is what it's, like, called. Objection, defamation of the defendant. Can you object to an ad hominem in court? What would that be called? Alright, whatever. Doesn't matter. But that's how I would object to this. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment day for his debts. The brickmaker was destitute, he had lost his house, and not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. But why? A dead man can't pay their debts! You don't kill someone that owes you money! By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus. I don't believe it. If I might add something. Yes? You claim that the victim had been lent money. But where is the evidence to support your claim? Wait, what? Is he just drinking wine in the middle of the case? Pray, forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. There it is. His hallowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it. As a judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debitor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray, forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice, and a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. Marvelous toast. I'll gladly accept the evidence. Okay, but you don't kill a man who owes you money. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets. Do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally. Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you, we will not find Mr. Sholmes's name inside. I can't read any of that. It's crammed full of gentlemen's names. Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen. After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Goodness, what is it? Look at this, do you see the name? Bruce Fairplay. Did that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar. The witness testifying. Oh. The banker. Borrow 20 guineas. The repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course. That part is the sheath, isn't it? You alright? Sorry, yes. I just don't really like blades. Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Looks like a lot of blood. It surely is blood, the victim's. An Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Did you think it wouldn't? It's just that we've only arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it hard to adjust. I understand. An ordinate letter M. Beautifully gilded, too. It must be very valuable. What is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. W? This is one of those, you know, turnabout cases, I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know, but what I am sure of is that this is an M. Set it to Wumbo. Anyway. The accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Wait a minute! No, Granny! Regrettably, madame, that is the modus operandi of the accused. No. Wait! It's such a pretty little park. What a scoundrel. Wait. No. Still. Maybe it's for the best. Wait a minute. I don't stand for nonsense. Can I still... The court, the judge, that was the last juror's decision. According to the Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict. There's a footnote, though. However, the defense... Wait. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will conclude the trial by delivering the final verdict. Are there no objections? I have one. Just tell me one thing. Yes? You were in the middle of saying something. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law, the defense. What'd it say? When all members of the jury have concluded the defendant is guilty. However, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination. A summation examination?
Objection!
Summation examination? From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. What even is it? This so-called summation examination. I'll read about it. You would demand the right to procedure before you even understand what it entails? That's what I do. Ryu just flies by the seat of his fucking pants. Alright, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. Do what? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decision, and it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Hey, Godot. In times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, so it fell out of use. Wonder why? Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try. Well, I don't have any self-respect. Let's do it. I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think? Do we assert our right to carry it out? Hell yeah. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on Earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe that could prove vital. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Eh? Well, I'm not... There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see. All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they've reached their decision. You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Oh, your biases will come forth. My lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention of this was made. I don't really hold with all this justifying, Lark. It seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years. Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn the trial around. The court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor? It beggars belief. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. Just a moment. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. So what am I supposed to do? Oh, I'm just citing what I've read. Sorry, do you have any idea how to make this work? Well, from what I understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? While the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected, they may appear to present a united front, but the truth is they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here. That's the way to break them down? Exactly. We must listen to what they say very carefully, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. Okay. Alright, that makes sense. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in the statements and pit the jurors against one another. Alright? Oh, the double slap. I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting clear and concise rebuttal. I still have info on this guy right here. There was no one else in the carriage at the time.
Hold it!
Certainly, the testimonies we've heard suggest the victim and Mr. Gilded were alone. Precisely. But, could there have been some other explanation, something we haven't considered yet? Such as... Well, perhaps that's something we could all work out together now. Maybe you don't know how things work around here because you're from foreign climes, but we're here to form our opinions as individuals. He doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider an alternative point of view. Wait a minute. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. This guy says that we haven't raised prices above 4 pence. I'm going to press these two against each other. Because 4 times 5 is 20, right? Yes.
Objection!
Those two statements contradict each other. They do. Explain yourself. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silver Blaze's maiden name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus night in question. According to Mr. Coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those details typed neatly here. And juror number 5 told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. A fair and convenient single price. But that doesn't add up. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each if you do the multiplication. Oh, it would be 16. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible that there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Oh. This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon. Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread over all London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he let nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end? Well, according to the book, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side. Hold your horses there, coachman. We're all in agreement. Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. Nailed it. We're back in session, boys. This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir, I'm going to do the same. For the love of Mike. Who is Mike? A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper we hear from the witnesses again. Well done, Ryu, you did it. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. There's something else bothering me about a couple of their assertions. That's where you must strike next, so I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other. The scales of justice have shifted. but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. I'm changing my leaning to innocent. I should like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say. He stuck the chap next to him. Okay. She says that she stabbed him on the floor, and he says stuck the chap next to him. I wonder if that adds up. What do you have to say? There was no one else inside the carriage. Let's try that. Actually, Neku suggests that we examine the omnibus real quick. Let's open the door and go inside. Scene of a murder. It's horrible. So definitely not stabbed on the floor. That's blood soaked into the seat, the victim's. The seat would be clearly visible from the roof. Would you really stab someone in full view if they're passengers like that? Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Doesn't seem like it was planned. It's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of a grand event. Have you seen enough? Let's step outside. Oh, oops. Phoenix Wright Omnibus? So this is the roof deck. You must have a wonderful view of London's streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them, and they have to pay money to do so? I can't imagine how cold it must be. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in freezing cold as punishment? Perhaps that's the real price you pay to stay out late. Funny. I wish there was a way to skip repeated dialogue. Whatever. I didn't really find anything new. I'm gonna press this guy against the old lady.
Objection!
Oh dearie me. I was only knitting a jumper. What's all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean? We've heard from more than one witness that they all allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Out of curiosity, jury number 3. Yet you see I'm busy. How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. That was the testimony, quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh? Is that me? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? Oh, well, as far as I understand, it was like this. Stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Now don't move. Take a look at the 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. They're stabbing in totally different directions. There's just whoosh, 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 whoosh. Everywhere you go. What? Bless my stitches, what a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? Yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in good conscience? Lies? Oh dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. The scales. I don't believe it. Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through this? Answer me this, Dark Jinx. Eh? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of the events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him, and this young dandy saw him do it. Now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then he stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that? Who are you calling a dandy? Why, I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling old? I should take this needle to you. They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see different moments of the same crime? Out of the question. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about? How can you possibly say that? You do realize I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show proof. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with evidence, something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable, hard evidence. As you wish. I'll give you the proof. I probably have to look at the floor to determine there's no blood on the floor, right? The seat has a handle. The storage compartment. I'm getting the feeling this isn't what I needed. I mean, result of a single stab. This would make sense, right? Name thrice-fired Mason. Stabbed once in the abdomen. That makes sense. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Boom. Countered. It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. I concede defeat. How do you like that, Von Sykes? It's looking not guilty to me. That means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it. We've won. Well, not won, but... What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in quite a remarkable turn of events, the defendant's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. Oh, isn't there egg on your face? Hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. I call upon all of you to pursue the truth. So, Van Sykes continued to substantiate the case for the prosecution. Correct. That scar on your face is actually from my summation examination. Bitch. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Lord? It's cold in here, or is it just me? As your acquainted tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during the summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. That's not one way to get the jury on your side. His hand should be bleeding? Nah, he's got those padded gloves. Also, he's a vampire, so he doesn't actually have blood. Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. And why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let's proceed to the next round of battle. Ooh, lost the vampire cloak. Bring forth the witnesses once more. You owe the accused money. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we just had to endure? Yes, sir. Of course. Oh yes, I heard it. You, sir, on the end. The coachman, I believe? It's Beppo? Yes, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a 5th passenger, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind. Oi moi dio. What? What does that mean? Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defendant's summation examination. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but... Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's too much. My cam? Oh. Can you guys still hear me? What happened to my camera? No, my camera's not supposed to be frozen. How long has it been frozen? What happened to the camera? Fixed it. I think. Does it work again for you guys? Anyway, I saw him at Gilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so. Council, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little posage. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild fare is 4 pence, you know that. Am I to understand you've been overcharging our passengers? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You've been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace! And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. Damn, get fucked. If I may, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is yes 20. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. That figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. I love it. Ryu is shameless. I only carried 4 passengers that night. But... well, I for one was told I had to pay 5. Hold it! But like, you also had to pay 20 to the defendant. Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5? Well, I paid 5 pence too. And I just told you I did. A flat fare of 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. That so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead and buried. I think so. Hold it! Earlier you testified you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Yes, that's right. You said the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose. He looked shocked to hear this news. I might have, you know, yes. Put the cart before the horse, maybe. Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats to the roof deck. I expect that was me. Then when I turned around, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed. I really thought I did. But when I go over it again in my head, no. I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment, did I?
Excuse me.
Do you have something you want to add? Do you have something to say, Fair Play? Listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances? Eh? You asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment? No. Well, it's hard to believe. Certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of the omnibus. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as the Ballard day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Fair Play. Excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what you exactly saw. I can do that. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man? Hands?
Hold it!
Blood-soaked. Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but... Anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. You saw from the roof. The skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. There was a lamp on inside. When you feel something doesn't add up, that's when you should have a good look through the court record. The danger is the jury will end up believing something unhelpful. You just noticed something off? I mean, it was right away, that's why I said hands. It's the fact that he said hands, not gloves.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit soaked might be laying it on thick. There's definitely blood all over them. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, but that's more than a little peculiar. Here are the gloves worn by the defendant. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there, but I'm sure, as you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, your testimony is inconsistent. But no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here. That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said it was both. If your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment he was stabbed, but is that the truth? Well,
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't horrificate. But I have got the, fact that you owe that man money. He's claiming to have no reason to lie, but is that the case? It could turn the tide. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie. I have evidence. The original trilogy was very hard. Newer games are always easier than older ones. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present this evidence. Evidence that demonstrates a motive. This list of debtors who owe money to Mr. Gilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worth of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? What of it? Let's suppose Mr. Gilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt? Get shit on. Mr. Bruce Fairplay? Yes? Malarg? Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future. Hey, Edgy T. Long time no see, man. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Magal's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Only if you fix that goddamn hat of yours. The thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from you all. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself clear? For you, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly. I might finally have a chance to turn things around. What the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't see anything myself, not until I heard the scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage, or we all would have seen. That's gonna be hard to pierce through. Well, lo and behold, in truth or fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside the carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let's examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating witness accounts. In other words, there's no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. I might say I didn't see the moment the stabbing transpired. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood. Two of them are recounting what they say they saw through the roof. I know it's a large window and certainly affords a good view of the inside, but I think perhaps we ought to confirm what they're saying with their own eyes. We should examine the evidence firsthand. Hey, Starkiller. Long time no see, man. You can clearly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. There's a lamp enclosed. I'm sure the witness would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Is there anything else to confirm? That can't have been it, right? I need something to help me here. That certainly doesn't help my trial. Quite a large skylight. Quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin. There doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description, so I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin. Any hints here, chat? I'm actually not really sure what I'm supposed to be looking for.
it!
Don't try and downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as you well know. For crying out loud, we all know no one else could have possibly done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? This is just a repeating of stuff we've said already. Well, that's not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea, or 10, when I backed the wrong horse in the Derby. I was gonna win it back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing. I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for. The witness's sculpturals are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness.
Hold it!
You definitely saw that? Blood on both hands? Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're gonna say. Only one of his gloves said any sign of blood. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw him sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing gloves. Yeah, I said that with the first picture. That was one of the first things I brought up with the case. Actually, it's not showing them sitting together. I don't have that picture. Never mind. That's correct, sir. I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on his gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands? This must be significant somehow. No hints, chat? This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with. Nothing will come of grumbling. By the way, is he right-handed? I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand earlier. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating. I don't think what you noticed was relevant, Dolphin, because we wouldn't have been able to progress without it. If it was relevant. Very sorry about what I said before. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree? I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making anything up. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either. No, sir. Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of the streets. Alright, not pressing that statement. It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out. My head was fairly frozen solid. Fuck it, we're just pressing every statement now. I don't know. I thought I wasn't supposed to press statements because it would, like, turn the jury against me again, but I don't know what else to do. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. I remember I was shivering, it was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, it's a public service bus for Pete's sake. That's not what I call fair play. I had the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up on the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin. Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. That's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else in the cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. Could they have really seen everything inside the cabin? I'm gonna say no, just because, I mean, that's the only way I can progress, is by doubting them. Allow me to confirm one thing. You were riding this omnibus. You witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight on the floor of the upper deck. That's right. In that case, there's a portion of the cabin that would have been out of sight. By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh. Yeah, if you're here, you won't be able to see here. You will identify the area that he... Am I identifying where exactly are you suggesting that the potential extra passenger could have been situated? Here.
Take that!
Both rows of the seat on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, as I've drawn here. That's right, as you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Japanese have a foreboding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger. Can you? I honestly don't know who could it have been. Who could have been in the other seat? Well, I don't know at this point in time. It's not these two. Not this guy, because he's driving. Not this guy. Want a hint? Yeah. Am I supposed to say the strong heart? Hey, Christian. Magnus? Oh, right, because he's got the gloves on. Right. Okay, that makes sense. Because the person sitting next to him we saw originally... Which I don't know why we don't have that photograph that shows them on the seat again. But the person we saw in the omnibus seat originally didn't have gloves on. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. Wait, where did the glass come from? He broke it. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt. Let's not delay. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. The person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabinet that was obscured from view was Magnus himself. McGild? What are you talking about? That's the name of the defendant. Yes.
Objection!
If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollowed chalice, do forgive the courtesy. That's the second one. People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. Yeah, see? No gloves. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to that fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built. But I'm here to tear down the case, Van Sykes, is what you don't understand.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGill, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled. What inconsistency? The defendant's gloves. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yeah, Van Sykes, you're about to lose your first case to some random fucker who isn't even an actual lawyer yet. Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Their testimonies remained unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on the passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order! What are you postulating?
Objection!
Damn. The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them. That's right, both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport? I'm afraid I don't remember. You call yourself a hatter. The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused would have undoubtedly have offered to dispose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled? Yes, he was asleep. He said so himself. He's right. There was another person. It's inconceivable that Mr. McGild would have been unaware of it. There is clearly a simple solution to the problem. Bring the accused to the stand. Well, what do you say? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what's your opinion? Objection! My lord, should we ask him to testify? Yes. The defense would like to call Mr. McGill to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. I need time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what he has to say. Get the man out here. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say, that would be lovely. The jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Hang on, my AC just turned on. I must turn it off for the sake of the audio. I return. Any more objections? Maybe chair was on the omnibus? The chair was actually the seat in the omnibus. Maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. We're not even to part 2 yet, dude. This trial must have many a twist and turn to remain. Have you been listening to the discourse? To be sure. There are now 2 matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you. The second is if that such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Brigad, no, it is not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the question. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all, or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true? Aye. And it was me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You what? No, that convenient excuse can't save you. I'm truly sorry, so I am. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken by the police. I do be having a good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see? What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd just hauled her into this courtroom here, just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged. And who is this young child? I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well. Dewey Ting just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak. What? There's a fire. Someone's trying to get away. What? Careful, cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. Call an emergency recess. Ensure the defendant is in custody. Is McGannis trying to smoke bomb the fuck out of here? Amid the scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another, we had no idea what was happening. All we knew was for the time being the trial was suspended. Alright, there's the part 2. Progress? Why, yes. I was just saying it was getting a little long. What on earth just happened? I've managed to find out what happened. I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. Smoke grenade? Sounds like the sort of thing ninjas would use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee. Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15. Could it be the other passenger was just talking about? Man, 15-year-old girls are always guilty of murder in this game, huh? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. What's become of Mr. McGill? There's so many things I need to ask him, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who was she, I wonder? What was she doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit? There's another matter. The 20 pence. Oh. According to the coachman, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20. But now it seems there were, in fact, 5 passengers, which means the figures don't add up again. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed. The trial will recommence. Whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. That the girl? The ruffian herself? You know she's guilty because she's covering her face with her hat. Girls can't do that in this game. After the rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial. Now then, my lord, I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade. The army? What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade, which induced such pandemonium? What's the meaning of this deplorable behavior? If I may. I think perhaps I ought to explain. Why is it that this wee lass was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that? It's all tied up with the events of the night, so it is. Are you going to translate for her as well? Give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how the young woman is involved. What did happen last night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then Begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up in the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where the scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remained baffled, I confess, but from what I gather, on the night in question, the young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus. Is that correct? It's exactly as the defense counsel said. The last was the 5th passenger. But then there's a 6th passenger! The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. The night in question, I took the back seat and promptly nodded off. A loud thud and a wee scream woke me up. There was a fella collapsed on the floor.
Hold it!
Fucking tell us about the girl, then. You say she was hiding. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. Really overacting. I pulled her out from under there, and sat her on the seat opposite so we could have a wee chin wag. What? The seat opposite. That's right, just next to the dead gentleman. You sat the young girl next to a corpse? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was. All while in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fella's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof. Right you are again, I would say. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife. The previous witness did not, in fact, see you at all. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the Mr. Mason. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat in the back of the carriage out of sight. It's certainly plausible the defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused, perhaps, with this young girl. After that, of course. With a scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. I do wonder how you must be feeling. Being the defendant's lawyer, and yet finding myself as stunned as everyone else at his testimony. Let's just say it's trying. We certainly had precious little time to talk to him before the trial. But we mustn't be dispirited. We must try to learn all the facts we can. No grumbling, even in your head. How'd you know? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, as far as I could see, that is. What do you mean? Well, now... The scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious. Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. We can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember. The whole bus was submitted. That's what I found her. I mean, we've already seen the storage compartment. Wasn't there something in the storage compartment originally? Also, there's blood on the floor now, which I don't remember being there. The bloodstain on the floor is so obvious, yet he made no mention of it. I have a bad feeling about this. Yeah, wait, I remember there being stuff in the storage cabin when we looked at it last time. That seems odd.
Hold it!
Someone removed the evidence in the carriage during the smoke bomb? Could have happened, yeah. You sat him up, the victim? That I did, on the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor, would you? It's common courtesy. Why that hard to believe? Why would that be? You wake up to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of the London Society, that is.
Are you saying he's not upstanding? How dare you? That's rude. Sorry, I need to stretch real quick.
You like the game's music? It is very relaxing, yeah. Well now, as you know, I'm something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunate, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself entangled with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no. I was always intending to report it. Only, I had in mind to find out the whys and the wherefores first. Whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. The wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self just do just the same? The scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing.
Hold it!
A loud thud and a scream. That's right, how can I explain it? It was like the sound of someone falling to the ground. So you think it was the sound of him being stabbed? Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me up, I opened my eyes, and there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fellow on the floor. You did hear a scream. Not above me, my lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream, no. I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes.
Hold it!
When you first got into the omnibus, were there any other passengers on board? There were not. The cabin was empty and there was no one on the roof. You were the first passenger? See. That's why I took the back side. This is the most comfortable. Could you explain what you mean by the back seat? This is how you described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, it's the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I was enjoying gazing through the skylight from time to time. I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who's the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade. Why does that name sound familiar? Lestrade. That seems like something out of Sherlock Holmes as well. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket? The girl? A petty thief? Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? You will answer the question. How dare you? What's the meaning of this? The girl, she's gone. I'm over here. What? What was the point of the sidestep? I know what you're thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little diaper. Or dipper, you'll say, got sliced up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, ain't it? This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink the best. Don't wave that thing in my direction again. So, you admit you were riding the omnibus on the night in question? It's alright, lass. You can tell him the truth. Poor Sholmes got his gun stolen. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's his, detective gun or whatever. I didn't even notice that until now. Just like the Irishman said. I can't help but think Magnus doesn't look very Irish. Is it just that he's supposed to be short makes him Irish? The court accepts the girl, Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in the case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony. You will tell the court exactly what happened on the omnibus. Alright, if I have to. The girl saw. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's a pitch in there. Then after a while, I heard this loud bang. Nearly jumped out my skin, I did. And the scream just came out. It's because of that. This swell found me. It did help me get away, mind. Guy looks like if Willy Wonka was a pimp. Yeah, kinda. And hey, Drippy. Yeah, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let the street urchin go. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I sat. The cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath. It appeared just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Of course, the wee lass was stuck, because I'd parked myself on the seat. So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Yeah, then so I'm right, there's a sixth passenger. Sixth passenger. Not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. What a gentleman. This fine example of man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime. I'm ashamed of myself for doubting him. We're winning. This is where Van Sykes is about to turn it around here, huh? With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. There you go, Van Sykes, unless you're about to use the old, antiquated court-telling techniques, huh? Saints alive, all 6 members of the jury, consensual in their leaning of a verdict to not guilty. It must mean what? That we're victorious. We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
What? If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, do forgive the discourtesy. Why is this so shocking? This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put, was included in the investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here. The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate his story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of law. Ah, well, I'm not self-respecting, as we has already established multiple times. I have no idea what this man is talking about. The young gentleman will be able to clear this up. Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. Now this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Sykes. Well, do you have something to say? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat? Do I lie? I didn't look. I'm not self-respecting. I couldn't lie and pretend I had. Perhaps I credited you with too much intelligence. It seems, my lord, that this Eastern initiate is as unreliable as wine from the barrel. Well, now it would seem the argument is moot, and the truth of the matter is for you all to see, after all. See, this proves my defendant's case. I mean, we knew it wasn't empty. I even mentioned it when we examined it, that there used to be luggage in there. What if I just go, I don't know, it's not my fault. Why do I feel like something's not right? The compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state the omnibuses should be fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Alright, hang on. Alright, now that we've been exposed, I'll reload. Hang on. Alright. We'll tell the truth. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause. But as far as I remember, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Sorry. Are you sure? Ah, be whist. What are you saying now, you daft daw? I thought you were on my side. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As an advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. Is not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth. Don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. I represent the truth! A fellow's memory is a curious thing, and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider facts. But the cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? I feel like something's not right. I should like the jury to weigh in. Okay. So they're all just different roads to the same thing here, huh? Can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards. Oh no. It's a trick, of course. Quite so. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there's the matter of outstanding cross-examination. Bruh. You fucked me here, Magnus. We were doing so well. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. I think Van Sykes' damage sprites are absolutely when he throws his glasses of wine. Or when he throws his boot down on the table. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent, for one brief shining moment. It's clear they all are still very unsure. If we just find some conclusive piece of evidence. Something's bothering me, but I can't quite put it here.
Hold it!
A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights, I'm on my own. In the God permit, at least some of the time. Well, that's what my kind call it. You say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. That's when you come out of your hiding place and get away? Only that night. This cove was sat on my seat from the start. Didn't budge the whole way. Not 1 inch, I was stuck. Do you mean to tell us you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while this events unfolded? Yeah, right, mister? To be sure. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on to find a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit, then.
Hold it!
But I thought we were saying she couldn't be in there. So you couldn't see into the cabin. Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle. What the fuck? I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as pushy as the other one, you see. So most of the time, the passengers plan themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place to hide in carriages, so it's Oberson's choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open, then? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. Hey, what's up, Calliman? Anyways, I was a bit scared, but I just had to stick it out. Nothing else for it.
Hold it!
When you say loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily. That's right. Then I felt the cushion over me get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up. Or not. It could have equally been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher's while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up with the bloke with what had fallen on the floor in the seat opposite. Jesus, reading some of this shit's hard sometimes. And English just add random words to the sentences. That matches his account, of course. But then, the fellow suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down, but it was too late. Should never have risked looking.
Hold it!
And when he discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place? I was scared stiff. He dragged me out and sat me down in the seat. Next to the victim? Yeah. The bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. And the carriage lurched a bit, and he ended up falling onto me. How awful. Both my hands got covered in blood, made me feel sick as a dog. After that, I believe you talked with him for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know my name, what I was up to. Then I heard something from above, someone screamed. I thought he said he didn't know her name.
I didn't want no one to see me face, so I had to look up.
Then the horses were drawn up, and this Irishman says, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away."
Hold it!
We're on the verge of something here. We were already in the omnibus before it even set off. Yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a joey to make a few bobs, eh? That's a rum idea, isn't it? I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl's a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up a little mystery of fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence, making the 20 to which the cabman testified, and one little scapegrace riding for free. The red conch of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run. That's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. But your hiding place is a storage compartment full of equipment for the coach, no? There's bushes and buckets and whatnot in there. I always chuck all that out and cram it into a corner. No one ever seems to bother. Yeah, according to the report filed by the police officer who arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. I've got 5 health still, so maybe I just present the carriage here.
Objection!
Snuck inside, I pressed on that.
Objection!
Have I pressed all the statements? I thought I did.
Hold it!
Alrighty.
Well, no.
Wait, he didn't have a reaction last time this was said.
Excuse me.
I apologize. Was there something the matter? Just wondering if Miss Lestrange's last comment made something occur to you. You seem to be thinking of something. No, 'twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass. Hang on 1 second. I must grab a string cheese for sustenance to continue. I return. Feeling bad for the poor lass for some reason. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. It was terrifying. I see, yes. I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared. And I don't know about yourself, but I find that darkness seems to make everything you hear much louder. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? An unusual noise? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. There's no need to tell the whole world of me folios. What a pity. If only she had heard something. What should we make of that last statement? She said she heard the fall or whatever. My lord. I believe the statement is important. Profoundly important, but all she said was she heard nothing. Which is important. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern mind, nevertheless. You will supplement your formal testimony by repeating the last statement. What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. That's right. Insult the judge, always a good move. I was straining my ears to work out what was going on. Wait, what? After a while, I heard a loud bang. But you said you heard nothing.
Hold it!
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time since the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry. Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. Or just push the cushion up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But when I saw the swell getting on, I got my head down so he didn't notice me. And then he sat under the seat which you were hiding? Would you Adam and Eve it? What a mug! So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would've? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to the market. What the fuck? Snoring like an old dog he was. He was shocked by that. But wait. I should have probably pressed on that. What you just told the court is at odds with the facts. Are you sure? Absolutely. It seemed my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Sykes realized it too. I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was riding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of McGill snoring. There's something else she should have heard. On a particular sound that could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the following piece of evidence. The guy falling on the floor, right?
Take that!
Maybe I have to present the person.
Take that!
Nice fired, Mason. Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim boarding the omnibus. Boom. Explain your reasoning. Allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person to board the omnibus. Is that correct? Yeah, of course. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGill. That it was. So you were, for all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time? Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing? I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for. In which case, when and how did the victim end up on the carriage? We know the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Got her. You little scoundrel. Yes, the petty thief's statement was flawed. He knew all too well there was an inconsistency in her statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. The witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths. There's no sense in this girl as a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Judgment. But we're certainly working backwards here. Didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways, but I must say, I can't abide liars. Neither can I. I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than celebratorious ways, but I must say, I cannot abide liars. It's going south. Don't betray me, maid woman. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. For the considerate troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern? This is carnage. It's perfect. Juror number 2 is the only one left. The way this is going, I know if we can't find some new way to convince everyone of his innocence, the judge will rule. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen. But those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. You already said that.
Hold it!
The witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light. What are you saying? It's time for the twists and turns again, boys. We're getting close to the end, which means we've got to branch out in 16 different paths. Counsel, I'm sorry. Whatever do you mean? I will not tolerate you attempting to prolong my education. Explain yourself. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be. Where's Sholmes? He needs to bail me out of this one. The biggest twist would be he was there after he died.
Objection!
He was put there after he died. What was the function of obviously in your last sentence? The obvious is troubling me as well. The point is, the victim must have been moved into the carriage afterwards. Then answer me this. How could a cadaver have been placed in a moving carriage? Well, obviously, fuck. Alright, he was already there.
Objection!
Alright. Third time's the charm when you have 3 choices. The door wasn't opened once. The only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows, which cannot possibly open. There's no entrance to the cabin other than the door. That's not true. The window on top. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? One other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the cabin. The skylight. It can only have been the skylight. Yeah, throw that wine glass. Damn it. Your ludicrous proposal almost had me at a loss for words, however. The skylight may be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim, but do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Both Mr. McGuile and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimony. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Oh, the twist! He was murdered by the people on top, and then dropped in. The sound of the victim falling from his seat, having been assaulted with the dagger. It has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry? Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. Let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
Now you're suggesting he fell through the skylight? That's simply impossible. How can you be sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it. And yet, not one person made mention of such events. Well, that's true. Why'd a humble fella make a weak comment? No. To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat in the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems, my lord, 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would yous not agreed, fine ladies and gentlemen of the court? Goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof? You mean the ones who stuck the knife in the man were... the twists? Just what exactly are you insinuating here? You rotter, he said. You rotter, what are you insinuating? This is a flamin' outrage. I've good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. I'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman, a well-respected banker. And me, a very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man. It's... disgrace. Scandalous. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too. About you, you rotten scoundrel. Uh-oh, here we go. Here we go. This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom. This is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. I haven't branded them liars. It's been proven factual that they lied on several occasions already in their testimony. What's another lie? What? You have intimidated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. But we know they're liars already. They've lied several times. This isn't baseless. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get him to testify. I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see it through now. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it. What's happening? The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy. My lord. You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Blindly, just like Cosmo would have wanted. I've got an hour left. Hopefully we can finish this in an hour. We were the only two people up on that roof. Dead or alive, I can swear to that. If anything happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill him. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell ya. We couldn't have possibly opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say that on listening to the testimony, it's somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on the rooftop without the other noticing. That's right, you see. We're innocent, I tell ya. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion. What? Eh? According to investigations by the Scotland Yard sucks. The two witnesses share no common dealings. Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the rich. That doesn't feel right. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Of course, my lord. Alright, this time we're just gonna... I keep, like, ending up having to press every statement backwards. We're just gonna press right down the line.
Hold it!
Can you truly swear to it? So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck? Absolutely not, Dickin. No question about it, he said. None at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin, talking with this man here. Dear me, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone, and nodded off inside. That's an outright lie. Without a doubt you were engaged in. Let me stop you there, fella, and ask. Do you have any evidence? It is all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You'd do well to remember that. I saw you with my own eyes. This is going well.
Hold it!
Not true! It was on the final run of the omnibus, at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark. Perhaps too dark to see clearly. Is this some kind of lark? Is this some kind of joke? Is that what this is? Or perhaps one of the other of you fell asleep briefly. Are you a fair dinkum? You serious? It's impossible, I tell you. I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. Cold always makes it easier for me to sleep. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again. That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you, and we had to put up with it because this man locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and didn't hear you. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking. Now, it was a cold night. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. Hardly surprising. Seeing things? You... Don't take it personal, lad. If I'm a suspect in the case, it's only fair that you and other people are fiend too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in.
Hold it!
Why would you need a reason if you're just framing them? So you'd never met him before? No, not once, never. He never met the man before, he said, never. And you? Had no prior dealings? Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest. I imagine not. But he was wearing a hat. How many different ways can I put this?
Well,
Neither of us have the remotest connection to the gentleman. I know he's got a statement to say, but I want to look real quick. If you look at the people, he's got the same kind of patchwork hat. Maybe that's what he's gonna bring out.
Excuse me.
Mr. McGild? Yes, what can I be doing for you? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought? Not the remotest connection, is that right now? What are you insinuating? Mr. Fairplay, it has been too long, it has. Eh? I'm not very much mistaken. I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date? I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. An unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another? And Mr. Young first. Me? What do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? There be top hats sliding about your head. That's one of your own creations, is it? I'm just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, it is a very distinctive design. So it is. Many customers like it, I tell ya. They like a distinctive touch. Customers? Such as the thrice-fired mason? There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence before, my lord. This, you mean? I can't help but thinking that poor fella's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh! That's one of my hats. Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. That sort of customer, I wager, you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to them, you see. Rest my case. You little weasel! He's better at this than I am. Ah, she certainly has been thorough in his research. I mean, he just looked at the picture. I noticed that too. Please, don't let my little interruption hold up the proceedings.
Hold it!
Is it possible you couldn't have opened it? There was a little flap. Are you certain about that? The skylight was shut the entire time. I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute. That doesn't translate that for me. Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see? It's shut fast now. Just like it was on the night. So it is, of course. A fellow the size of Mr. Mason could lightly break through it is all. What? Just look at the size of the thing, you understand? Hey, hold on a minute. The size of the thing means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture. Stop biting the cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. Shocked myself with it as it happens. Okay, this is an unexpected confession. I just mean to say, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. Everyone was looking daggers at me. I went as red as a rogue. Point is, the skylight can't be opened.
Wait, that ain't...
Excuse me!
Yes, little lass? You have something to say about that, Lestrade? Miss Lestrade? What happened to her gun? It opens. The skylight. This is what we're talking about, right? Oh, there it is. All them skies open. Dead easy. More easily than you could load the weapon? That's a lie, I tell ya. Otherwise, I would have opened it. You can't do it from inside, ya mug. Look, a few weeks ago, few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, purses coming out my ears. Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me.
All 4 of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did is I used the skylight, opened the catch, and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. It opens from the roof deck? Bailiff.
I moved up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify. Had a big stretch there, sorry. Oh. Ah! Oh, my hat. See? Oh my god, gossip. Oh my god, gossip. Oh my god. Order! So it appears that the street girl's statement's quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck. This could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Oh, hang on. Well, this is what I would present to him, but first I should investigate, huh? So the skylight was fastened shut before, but now the catch has been undone, we should be able to open it. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes. And there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm quite sure the witness would have been able to see you quite clearly. Alright, let's just present this as... Where's my proof? Let's press the statement first. I demand to hear your proof. We came here to say what we saw, not for this. You call us both shizers, brand us as criminals. You call us liars, that's what he means. As it stands at the moment, there's no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves, now is there? I believe we're in much the same position as one another. If I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth. Let's just present the cart again on that last statement. Because he wants proof. Let's at least present that he could have fallen through.
Objection!
Ooh, no. I don't know now. Do you want to know? Is it because I haven't examined the blood on the ground yet? You wanna know? Yeah. I've only got one life left. Skylight, investigate the sky. I already did that. What? For the inside. I did that too. We even looked up. What? I did that already. We looked up. And he just said I couldn't find nothing out of the ordinary. Oh, is this supposed to be blood? This. Without question, blood. Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case. No, Van Sykes didn't mention the blood on the floor because it's detrimental to his case. Alright.
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts. The irrefutable proof. Remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us. That's an utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. I mean, we didn't do it. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof in this courtroom? Counsel? My lord, I believe everyone here would appreciate some clarification. Where exactly within the omnibus is the evidence? You will point out what it is.
Got it!
By Jupiter, is that blood? Is Chris's blood? The bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. And second, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. And so it follows that Mr. Guild, who was inside the cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of the crime. This is about to get thrown out because of the,
They messing with like the furniture underneath the storage of the bus.
is gonna get this thrown out of the court, isn't it?
Hold it!
But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way onto that one particular spot on the skylight? Sure, and that would be very convenient. Let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now. There's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats? Tis all too plain. There's the aftermath that shows the fella had dropped. But it can't be.
Hold it!
My fellow jury members, I think we can agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence. No. It's clear to me now where the rubbish is in the courtroom. So they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes. I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. Oh, I always knew he was a delightful gentleman. On 3 then, everyone. Nope.
Objection!
There it is. A chilling performance, Mr. McGild. A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight, such evidence is null and void. There it is. For one simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What do you mean? It's there for all to see.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the bus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can say with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least not until this trial begun. Are you suggesting the stain of blood was fabricated? Yes. And while this court has been in session. Bruh. What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing. But I'm Magnus, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. I realize that this is your first appearance in the court as accused. However, I'm well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. What does that mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGill's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories. Lord, this will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Oh no. I think it's fair to say, this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But if yous all cast your minds back... Is it not true the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in without a word? Without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right? The omnibus has been in full view the entire time. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on the matter in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during the trial, if you're asking me that? I think it was possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best I can, but still, it feels as though there's something even more important at stake. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. Oh, he's throwing the learned friend back at him. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is a possibility. So much for finishing this stream on time. Need to wrap up soon. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess we were forced to take, as a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand. The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave the chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, It could have been possible to seal the inside of the omnibus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten, feckless gouger? Huh? You're supposed to be defending me. 'Twas a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial. Unfortunately, no one is able to corroborate your claims. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if the evidence is the result of tampering. Indeed, my lord, no doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such thing. What do you think? Sorry. About the omnibus. Is there anything unusual? Yes. My lord. Yes, counsel? There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What in the devil's name are you gonna say now? If you dare to betray me... Silence. The court awaits the defendant's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe? Blood on the ground. Wait, I pressed the wrong button.
Got it!
If we consider the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as I recall, this blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when it was first brought into the courtroom. I do believe you're correct. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe the bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether the evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. What? This trial is over. I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it is all over now. You're the defendant. It's over, I tell you. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, it's all nonsense. Facts are what counts. And the fact is that bloodstain is there now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Valley has failed to present any decisive evidence. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zykes. Well, I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I would regret to say it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious.
Lord Zax, what's your position?
Uh-oh. Ryu doesn't want to win his first court case on a sham. The prosecution, my lord, has no further witness or evidence to present. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue, I shall proceed. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defendants first. A formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGill will not be found guilty. Which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement? Yes, my lord. The defense believes... What a twist! Oh my god, do I have to end it? On this note? We can keep going a little bit. We believe the defendant could be guilty. I am here in the courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he's innocent. What? But that's... You're innocent until proven guilty. That doesn't matter. Good gracious. Order? This is unprecedented behavior. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question? Are you of sound mind? Oh, it was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer. A grand decision. I must say, I didn't expect quite an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Your job here is done, fellas. Some fine work you've done. What do you mean? 'Tis just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it before. The trial can't go on. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it? Nothing more than a formality. Wahaha! He's become Waluigi. I really don't know what to make of this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine or fake? His lordship will be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of. The rich are always guilty of something, mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man. Now the proceedings have unfolded in this way. I'm compelled to declare a premature end to the trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly. I hereby pronounce that... But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine. We don't know if the witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Sykes, my lord. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place.
Objection!
My apologies. But wait. When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Sykes ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility. That's unfair. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by the court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. Well, it's been a pleasure. As for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. You mean tell me this has been a grand waste of time? 'Tis the law of the land. If you'd like to pursue the matter further, you can always go ahead and try and change the law. Magnus. Any more to say? Just one thing, a warning. This is far from over. Oh, something to look forward to. Wah! Ha ha! I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Whoops. This is awkward. I can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence. What are you talking about? The man's been cleared. He's innocent. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. My first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty, obscenely a victory for us. It certainly was a long trial. It was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil, and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations, and a victory against the guy who had never lost. And to you, thanks for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. I assume the chapter is about to end here, 12 hours, that's why I wasn't saving. Because usually they do this post-case dialogue and then we end. At least that's how it's gone so far. We didn't have enough time, but isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. Carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Mr. McGill. And that girl's with him, too. Sundari. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they be letting off when the verdict of not guilty comes out. I'm sure you must have seen them. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Definitely. I've heard it was a sight to behold, and be sure it was. I viewed a tank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth you saying, fella? How'd I walk out of there a free man? I don't think it was so much as thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. It's water under the bridge. Congratulations on having your name cleared. Nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that audacious and obstinate deed. Is grand. I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have, after all. I do be providing a good number of the wages. Not that funny. So then. As we agreed aforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh no, I couldn't possibly accept that. Arr, be a whist. Ye humble people, are ye, from the east? Well, if you insist. But have this. Still in all, you deserve a reward. Angus. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Welcome back, Calumet. What's this, officer? It is sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it. They're going to examine it again? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help whenever I can. It's a gentleman's duty. So then, farewell. It was an absolute pleasure meeting you. Hope you have a whale of a time with your studying here. I assume we're gonna come back and go after this guy at the end of the game. There he goes. A free man. I forgot she was here. He's going to go and make sure that they confirm that the bloodstain's real. Don't move. Or as I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that down? You're a grown-up. Sorry. And I hate grown-ups. There you are. Naughty naughty, running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl? And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to a trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. You wanna play? You won't beat me. Excuse me, but who are you? Good day to you. I'm the inventor, I suppose. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke at all? I just took my eyes off it for a moment while I was changing into a different omnibus and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. What? Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory. What for? To apologize, of course, to my technician. You mean, say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before? An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along, then. Fine. Good. You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing. I'm fairly sure what she wants is to not get shot by that massive gun. What? We'll be leaving now. Bye-bye. I'm sorry for the fuss. She was a lively one. I'm assuming she's connected to, Herlock. Do you think we ought to be on our way now, too? Yeah, you're right, but where to? We haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we rushed here. All our traveling cases are with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings. But at this late in the day, I'm afraid we might be out of luck. Don't worry, I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGill Park. I know it might be a little chilly this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. Not sure about that. I think a midwinter London night freeze will freeze a young person's salad just as easily as an elder one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning him down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room. Yeah, why would you turn that down? I've never understood why the good guys are always like, yeah, I'm gonna turn down the money. Fuck it. Just take the money. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day. However, as we were soon to learn, there was more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over. Oh.
What's going on?
Get the fire brigade!
Water! Bring water, quick! What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
No. Oh, good God.
There's someone in there.
Can't we just let him out? I mean, there's wood in the... Just kick it out, it's on fire. Who's in there? The Hatter guy? And what a twist again! Alright. Oh, we're going to be back with Herlock next episode. Alas, the end of another trial, the end of another stream. This game definitely does keep throwing the twists and turns at us, that's for damn sure. But we'll have to wrap up for today. Thanks for watching, you guys. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I do like that the cases all seem to be connected. The flow of the game seems to be quite smooth, which is nice. The other Ace Attorney game I played all kind of like just bounced all over the place, it seemed like. But alright. Thanks for watching the stream again, you guys. Like I said, hope you enjoyed. If you did, drop a like on the stream. That always helps. Boost it in the YouTube algorithm. Or you can go ahead and comment below. Well, if you're watching after the fact. But be sure to subscribe and hit the bell button to stay tuned for tomorrow's stream. Maybe we'll get another case done. I don't know. These cases are getting longer and longer, so it's getting harder and harder to do these in a single stream. But we'll see. So stay tuned for that. But thanks for hanging around, you guys. Like I said, I always appreciate when you guys are around to chat. That makes these streams fun. It's very hard to stream when people aren't here, so thanks for being here and chatting as we went. But yeah, that's all I got for today. Subscribe, the bell button, the like button. Oh, and join the Discord, link in the description below. If you want to join the Discord and chat even after this stream is over. But with that, I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone.